Hey guys, I'm live. I'm really live. Everybody okay? I'm gonna wait a little bit. I'm gonna wait a little bit. And I'm gonna play the song first.
Like a whack-a-mole. You wanna...
Yeah, you're right. Thank you. I had my oh god, I was muted. Yeah. This is what oh my god. It cannot start any worse than that. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. Well, let's try this again.
I know for 100% they won't find anything.
So what do you make of the fact that they are bringing the cadaver dogs in?
Well, I'm actually pretty happy about that. I even hope that they bring more than one.
So what are you happy about?
I would just like to see maybe the social media speculation theories and accusations maybe. They're not going to stop, but slow down. Because at this point, they're getting ridiculous.
was arrested. They found him on the Pipeline Trail. In front of helicopters running, now that Janie's got a right, Fluffy's never gonna be the same. Daniel's so fake, now what's he gonna do? Was he building the fence or clearing for a pool? Did the kids go to sleep at 10 or at 8? Little Danny boy can't escape his fate. Danny's more concerned about what you're thinking. The kids are an afterthought, let that sink in. Rolling the net pops up like a whack-a-mole. You wanna buy a story with a giant hole? Apparently Thursday had no detail. Here comes Mike on a mission to derail. All of the BS Danny is speaking. Sea of guilt is leaking. Thinks he's so smart, but he never took the course. Forensic linguistics will knock him off his horse. Shout out to Ted for the 4K drone shot. Now it's clear that his house is in earshot. Mystery car running trips through the night. Observed by Wong, he could even see the headlight. Victim blaming is degrading the children. He's more concerned about the world's perception. Girl after girl, he receives rejection. At least he's got his mum when he needs some affection. Jenny's got a right.
So are you thinking that the dogs will go in there and won't find anything?
I know for 100% they won't find anything.
So much to do.
I didn't do anything.
Driveway needs a pool.
No, Malaya didn't do anything. No, my mother didn't
What
do anything.
did her daddy do?
There were 2 people on the property.
What did he protect and Lilly through?
I mean, after the polygraph exam,
They
I
said
should have known
when
right there.
daddy
We
was
didn't kill any of the
arrested,
kids.
they found him on the Pipeline Trail.
We didn't kill any of the kids. We didn't kill any of the kids.
In front of helicopters running, now that Janie's got a right, Fluffy's never gonna be the same.
We didn't kill any of the kids.
Danny's on a roll, now he can't stop speaking, plugging up the holes that his ship is sinking. Thursday was just an ordinary day. I just spent 20 minutes trying to explain that nothing didn't happen and there are no details. Stupid dog handlers, they ain't gonna sniff trails. 100% they will not find nothing. That's a double negative, you dumb butt muffin. I was awake and asleep at the exact same time. Hang on, is Malaya's story lining up with mine? No cars were towed, but it's not at the impound. It wasn't in my name and the car makes no sound. This is the case of abuse and negligence. Jack and Lilly are the victims of its consequence. Victim blaming is the mode of the family. You never hear anyone take responsibility. There were 3 adults on the block that night. People don't just vanish. Get that right. Like JonBenet Ramsey, this would be an indictment, and Janie is to blame for your incitement. You put up a rent, but what the hell for? Like a beggar turn a handle, but not slide a door. Your incessant rambling is a gift to detectives, so any contradiction your tale is defective. Janie's got a right.
Filled notebooks with just trying to help them find leads or
Janie's got a right.
give them any kind of small detail, answer as many questions as we can, and you know, I'm doing everything I can.
Driveway needs a pool.
So why do you think this stuff is necessary?
What did Danny do?
Well, it's just rules
What
that
did he
brings
protect and Lilly
them a little bit closer to being
They
close.
said when Daddy was arrested, they found him on the Pipeline Trail.
I'm not going to say I'm doing well, but I'm doing better than I was there, I guess.
Helicopters running, now that Jane's got a right. Fluffy's never gonna be the same.
Tell me about the toll, like what you were just mentioning earlier about social media.
Yeah, social media has been quite a circus, we'll call it. But I can't control them, and they're free to judge.
Yeah, judging, right?
And there is such a stark contrast right now between where his mind is at and where the minds of the people are who want to know what happened to Jack and Lilly. And that is the only thing that we want to find out right now.
That is the only thing I want to find out. There's absolutely nothing else. There's nothing that I'm interested in other than that. Welcome, everybody. How are you? Sorry about earlier. I did the live, but it was a pre-recording that I had to get out, and it was not a good idea to do it with the live chat because it was much too short. So I'm back. I'm back because even though I don't really think, wow, what's new? Is anything new? I mean, I do think that's exactly what I think. Now you can analyze me, but the bottom line is this. There's nothing new out there. There's a pile of documents, and unless something important comes my way, I'm not going to waste my time on that. Simply because there are so many of the older statements that we haven't even gotten deep into yet. Daniel is telling us what happened again and again. In this song version, Danny and the Dogs remix of JD's Got a Rake perfectly summarizes the highlights of what we have been paying attention to here. Not because we choose to, but because we are targeting anybody, not because we make up our minds too quickly. And that is one thing that we have to stay away from. It doesn't matter how much we dislike Don Wells, in the Somerville's case. We don't want to have any type of confirmation bias, period. Confirmation bias will always lead us away from the truth. So we have to allow the statements of the people who know, the people who were there, to indicate what they know, how much they know. The first question in any polygraph should be related to, do you know what happened, such as in, do you know what happened to Jack? And do you know what happened to Lilly? The polygraph was completely flawed. The examination of Daniel, Janie especially, and Malaya, in my opinion, was I don't even have any words for it. The polygraph examination should be used as a tool and not to, how Daniel calls it, prove that there's no evidence. But he is leaking what's on his mind. He wants to be cleared. He wants people to think differently about him. But I think now he's gotten to the point where he chillaxes a little bit, realizes, hey, Railroaded, welcome back. I saw you earlier in that little, I'm going to upload a bunch of little videos in the next few days. Why? Good question. Thank you for asking. Because nobody seems to care too much about, well, the Somerville's case, it's really problematic when I see so much coming out. YouTube suggests so many different channels to me, and there are only very few where I can actually say they're getting it right. So the best thing for me is not to listen to what anybody thinks, but only listen to the people and listen intently to Hunter, Candace, people that know. And I wasn't sure whether or not they knew. But now I am certain. I am very certain, people. So let me see what I talked about the last time, because I haven't gotten to everything I wanted to get to. And the problem was that I had already looked too much into the statement from Daniel regarding the vehicle. The problem is that I didn't write it down as a written analysis. But I don't think we need to get back into this, right? And Julia, if you're here, you have sent me a lot of screenshots about Hunter. And yeah, I agree. There is so much to get to, I don't even know where to start. But I think I'm going to end with the Jack and Lilly Hunter as true crimes channel. Who said that, Grandel? When you say supposedly, I mean, in whose, yeah, exactly. Where did you hear that? Supposedly, the only reason they haven't reported on the documents is because they don't want YouTube creators to get ahead of them, a hold of them. Who says that? I'm confused now. Charmaine and Jess? I mean, who said that? Who made the speculation? Jess? Your friend Jess, right? What am I missing?
Just they have issues with school, and they don't catch up with the other kids. I just want to remain hopeful. But there's always, in a mother's mind, you're always thinking the worst. Last night was one of the worst nights because I didn't have them in their beds.
And I pointed this out 6 months ago, immediately. Now people want to take credit for it. Yeah. I don't think I need to get back into this. Last night was one of the worst nights. But listen to what she said right before that. Pay very close attention. Very close attention. And we go right here.
Catch up with the other kids. I just want to remain hopeful. But there's always, in a mother's mind, you're always thinking the worst.
So you know that for a fact? Malaya was the one blocking the release of the new documents. Her lawyer was. House Music, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy to have you guys here. Okay, do you know for a fact that Malaya is blocking that release? Do you know that for a fact? I mean, how did, you know, what, when you say somebody found it out, I mean, how do you know? Was it her lawyer that? So, hey, Sun Cycle, thank you for coming. You know what? Your Danny and the Dogs remix is so excellent. And I just now start to hear more of the lyrics and realize how good they are. You want to buy a story with a giant hole. Every time I listen to it, man, I absolutely love it. Yeah, I'm not doubting it. I'm not doubting any of it. I just want to know, because I'm hearing so much where people say, supposedly, I heard this, I heard that. So I want to make sure that everybody here in my channel actually understands the difference between somebody coming up with a rumor and somebody pointing out something that is actually very likely to be factual. So generally speaking, whenever I hear somebody say supposedly, my first reaction is, okay, tell me more. I want to know more, because otherwise I don't know. Charmaine said that the news agencies filed an appeal and are going back to court in order for the dogs to be released. All right, got it. So hopefully, so in other words, I didn't miss anything with this pile that has come my way. I didn't miss anything. I thought so. That's why I don't waste my time. Because I see the hamsters jumping on the new treadmill and wearing themselves out. And at the end of the day, there's absolutely nothing new. I said supposedly because I didn't verify the CBC thing with Charmaine, because Charmaine said they're going back. I see. Okay. Well, apparently something had come out, because I gotten the messages and the emails with all the document files, and I'm not going to bother with it unless I have a reason to. In a mother's mind, there's always in a mother's mind, you're always thinking the worst, right? Really? Are any mothers here in the audience? I know there are. There are. Do you always think the worst? No. You see, now she's not talking about hope. She's talking about thinking. She's trying to portray herself as hopeful, because that would indicate that she doesn't know what took place. Except she does. So the hope is fake. She is creating a facade of hope, but it is so brittle. It can fall apart immediately, which is why she feels a need to let you know why her outlook is negative. She realizes her own demeanor. She's not an actress. She's not even trying to be. She knows she's going to be unable to portray the types of emotions that people would want from her. And she doesn't understand exactly how she is supposed to act, which is why she copied something from Belinda, from the private conversations that they had the day before, where Belinda worried, did they have their coats with them? They must be so cold. Oh, okay, I'm going to talk about, I hope they're feeling warm. That should be good enough. She has no idea how to connect her script, experiential memory, properly into what she is saying right now. Anything she can throw in there. So she is generalizing as in a mother's mind without telling us what's on her mind. Don't worry about what I'm really thinking. I am a mother. I am just like you. We are all the same. We feel the same. Don't look at me any different than you would look at your... She's trying to normalize. Not just thinking, but knowing the worst. And that is why this woman hadn't been able to make any statements or give any interviews, period, until the fundraiser came up. And probably her friend Cheryl suggested, oh, put it in my account. Tell them to put it, you're the mother, this should be in your account. And all of a sudden, she surfaces. She resurfaced after what? Was it 3 or 4 months? All of a sudden, we hear from Malaya. But she wouldn't go on the channel that offered money for an interview. Why? Because she knows her limits. She is the opposite from Daniel. She freezes and says, forget it. And I think when we listen to her and her old YouTube channel, we can understand why. She cannot even tell you anything about herself without stumbling, right? I mean, she cannot come up with anything. We should do a live, Malaya. We should do a live together. And I let you co-host the show. How about this? I bet she would just sit there and stare. Or, you know, of course she wouldn't do it, and she would log out immediately. But otherwise, you know, if I told her, hey, you know, you owe a lot of money, right? How about I, you know, help you get the how about I help you clear your credit? But you got to be online with me for an hour, right? I'm pretty sure she's figuring out now how to monetize on the case. I'm pretty damn sure her lawyer is informing her about other fundraisers, whatever people are making money with, and so on. I'm pretty damn sure Malaya is all over that. Because the moment it comes to money, she's jumping, man. That's been her problem for years. Of course, she doesn't have Danny anymore, whose hobbies, you know, are priority in the financial planning factor. But still, yeah, I'm pretty sure with the right offer, she would come on here. And I can guarantee you, she would just sit there and stare in the camera, you know, like a cow in front of the new gate. You know? My mom always said that to me, like, you look when I was surprised about something, you're just staring like a cow at the new gate. Because when, you know, for the you know, when the farmer builds a new gate and the cows are supposed to go through it, they just stand there and stare at it because they're confused. This is not the gate they know, and they don't really, they're kind of like, where am I? What's going on? Is this a trick? Anyways, it's late and you guys are here. And yeah, forget doing the pre-recordings, man. This is where it's at. So yeah, thank you for bringing the information my way. But again, until I have the documents, I have no doubt that Malaya doesn't want people to hear about them or read more about them. Malaya wants this to go away. But the moment some money is coming her way, oh my God, she will jump right on it. In a mother's mind, no. Or as a mother, or as a father, no. We want to know what you're thinking. Why are you talking and explaining? Why are you speaking for all mothers in general? Because that's an avoidance. You don't want to speak about yourself. You're trying to normalize something that you know you are not able to get across properly. And with all your talk about hope, you need some kind of emotional balance to have the script and the experiential memory not clash too much or be too far apart from each other. That's not it. A mother has hope, even when there is evidence to the contrary. And yes, people have been returned after decades, or have returned. But what are the odds? What are the odds of somebody returning after decades? But mothers normally are the last ones to accept the reality unless they are confronted with it and don't really see another out. So the hopeful mind of the mother connected to her child usually will go towards the out. Even if there's a wall of evidence in front of her, she will still see, but what if this happened? What if that happened? And she'll be restless. restlessly trying to figure out what happened to the kids. There is no sense of urgency with Malaya, guys. Zero. Zip. So little that I think everybody watching this interview will say, something's not right. I'm not sure what it is, but something is definitely not right.
Last night was one of the worst nights because I didn't have them in their bed.
Yeah, like I said, I was the one who brought it up 6 months ago. Now people want to take credit for it and pretend noticed it immediately. Got it. This is what told me it was Thursday night. This is exactly the statement when I knew it didn't happen on Friday morning, people. Last night was only one of the worst nights. So the night before likely was the worst night. You can listen to my older videos and there's no difference between what I picked up on back then and what I say now. None. Same in the Sebastian Rogers case. Same in the Summer Wells case. People go, okay, I think Dawn did it. Oh no, maybe Candace did it. And Candace was jealous of this and this and this. I don't do that, people. I don't do that. So when people say, okay, here's a pile of documents, the answers are here. No, they're not. I pay attention to what's important. There's no need to fabricate, guys.
And I don't want to go through that another night without them. I miss them.
I miss them. Yeah.
Last few days are very stressful.
She can't say in her mind, yeah, exactly. Whatever is in her mind is what she's trying to avoid, because what's in her mind includes what she has seen, what she has heard, what she has witnessed. Who has a Netflix deal, Grandel? Tell me more, please. I'd stay hopeful, resting, okay. Who has what? Laurie, you have the documents or you have something? If you think you have something that's important, I would love to hear about it. So obviously I'm not jumping on the documents and read everything, but if I have anywhere, I need a starting point, guys. It could happen. The starting point is what I need, people. Yeah, forget the court documents, guys. Forget these documents. Forget them. So interestingly, anything else? Anything else that you guys paid attention?
Mind, you're always thinking the worst. Last night was one of the worst nights because I didn't have them in their beds. And I don't want to go through that another night without them. I miss them.
Last few days are very stressful. I mean, ever since Friday.
And again, your kids are missing. You don't say, I miss them. You will say, I will find them. They are missing, but not for long. I'm going to go after whatever I need to go after.
Friday morning.
Look, Friday morning. Look for the doubles, people. Friday morning. He's trying to convince us it was Friday. It wasn't. Friday morning. See what he's doing here? When the kids or the children, how does he refer to his own children? First of all, does he refer to them as kids or children? Do you remember? When he spoke about his own kids, I guess I have to look up the statement or where he when he messaged Taylor. Do you guys remember when he messaged Taylor about his children snitching on him and saying that he abused Jack and Lilly? Did he refer to them as kids or children? Okay, so when he refers to his own children, he refers to them as kids and not as children? We can listen a little bit closer. Okay, one more time. What is he saying here?
And I don't want to go through that another night without them. I miss them.
Last few days have been very stressful. I mean, ever since the Friday morning when we noticed that the children were gone.
He corrects himself from kids to children. Why is he doing that? Because it doesn't matter whether or not kids and children means the same thing, more or less. To him, it can mean something differently. So to me, it is important to figure out his baseline and understand how does he refer to his own children and how does he refer to other children. Yeah, good catch, right? Children sounds more personal. I agree. What he's trying to do here is give you the illusion of a loving father to Jack and Lilly. He wants to hide how he had been feeling about Jack and Lilly the whole time. He's correcting himself because something in his mind is telling him to change it to children, because then he feels like he is putting on the right act that's going to make all of us think that the way he felt about them was genuinely the way a father would feel about his own children that he loves and wants to protect. I'm looking for the statements, people. And I'm back in these "I love you, sweetheart" and all the stuff to Taylor. What did he write here? I mean, I don't need to go back and "Thanks, babe. I trust your judgment. You've earned my love, babe." And if there's going to be a new version of Janie's Got a Rake, then maybe we can bring this in, right? Maybe this would make for a good background song. This one, Simon. Yeah, but we need a female voice for that. Or not of me female, sorry. We need a good male singing voice. Lyrics by Daniel. Give me 1 second if I find this extra statement. If anybody has it handy, please send it to me. I'm looking for the one where he messages Taylor and tells her that his children at the police station said that he abused Jack and Lilly. No, I don't see it right now. I know I got it somewhere. Taylor, if you're listening, this would be great if you can send it again. Okay, let's move on.
The day after the children went missing, that Saturday of May 3rd, there was an argument at the home between Malaya's family members and some of Daniel's family members. One of Malaya's family members hurled an accusation that Daniel had something to do with the children's disappearance. And this stemmed from discussion about meth use in the home.
Nah.
And there was drugs. Drugs was involved, and that's what fueled the family altercation in the driveway. And I'll be the one to say that because
This voice is so annoying, man. I mean, now I know who, Oh, it's just annoying.
I got so freaking mad after this was found out because then I said to him, I said that.
Haley knows. Haley knows a lot. She knows a lot. And she seemed a lot more genuine than Cheryl did, which is expected because she's actually a relative. I don't know, she's her stepsister. Well, they grew up together, so Jack and Lilly are more important to Haley than they are to Cheryl. Looking at Cheryl and her duping delight and everything else, I don't see any connection to Jack and Lilly. I don't see any. I see somebody who's opportunistic, who I believe is behind Malaya reaching out when the fundraiser happened, and probably had the idea, at least together with Malaya, to get some of that money. But when I looked at the video of the vigil, Cheryl was completely cold, unemotional. Haley also held back. She knows a lot, but there was still emotions. As for Cheryl, she is trying not to laugh. This stood out to me. And facial language has always been important to me. And rarely does something stand out to me like this. This is similar to Burke Ramsey when he was on the Dr. Phil show, where I am fine-tuned, zooming into the language, the facial language, and all of a sudden something just hits me very hard. It's almost like when you're listening to a song and there's a part that's really, really quiet and you try to understand the words, and all of a sudden it gets extremely loud, like a shock, like you're being hit by something. This is the way that I feel when I look at Cheryl. And I'm sure that her statement that you sent to me had something to do with what I said previously about her. She is trying hard not to laugh. There is no sadness in her, zero, none. She doesn't feel connected to Jack and Lilly at all, period. And here's the baseline. When she's curious, looking at somebody, all of a sudden, all sadness is gone that she tried to project. And something much more interesting than the interview about Jack and Lilly came up. But I believe that Haley was truthful overall, more or less, when she talked about what she witnessed that day, I do believe her. I also know she is hiding things. And when it came to Malaya, she just avoided talking about her period.
That's exactly why you're acting the way you are, running around like a madman, acting like you're doing everything and everybody's just sitting back.
Well, yes and no. He also tried to get rid of evidence. So it was a combination probably of being high and being anxious to see if he dropped anything that night. So, there's more to that.
Like relaxing, like nobody was, but nobody was running around like a chicken with their head cut off because we weren't on drugs. Do you know what I mean? But that's what.
Do you know what I mean?
The altercation was because I was like, I confronted his family. It was actually me. And I said, what the hell, guys? Like, what's going on here? Like, why is that involved? My sister broke down and she admitted that he's been on it for 2 years. Yeah, that was just as Malaya was going down to the press conference. Yeah. So Malaya broke at the end of the driveway. She was crying and I was like, what's going on? And she wouldn't talk. And I looked at her and I said, now's the time to talk. Like, get fucking talking. Like, what's going on? And she broke down and that's what it came about, that he was doing that. And yeah, so they all got very, very mad when that came about and they all kind of said,
Yeah, these pictures are a little bit awkward, don't you think? Jack, he seems to be like, what the hell is going on? Why is this guy hugging me all of a sudden? And Lilly, it almost looks like she's trying to get away from him. And he doesn't really have a connection to her either. He's holding her, but he doesn't really know how to hold her. Compare that to the pictures of Daniel with Meadow. There is nothing awkward about it. Not only do they look alike, but there is a real connection between him and Meadow. But this picture to me seems like Jack is confused. Jack doesn't know what's going on all of a sudden. Why is he suddenly hugging me and trying to be nice to me? And how can I trust the peace? This is the reason why I told my teachers I don't want to go home. And just to take a picture in front of this chicken coop right now, he is hugging me, holding me, lifting me up, and wants to make it seem like we are a big, happy family. This is really awkward, people. Facial language says a lot. And he's not comfortable either. He has this expression kind of like, can we get this shit over with right now? And here it's almost like he's saying, come on, just look up. Just pretend to smile. Just one picture, real quick. Lily's looking down. She's so uncomfortable. It's almost like she's feeling violated because she created a certain, and it shows. She's turning away. She doesn't want to be close to him. Now, all of the things that we have been learning about how things were at home, about their home life. Now imagine these children lived there 24/7, and the problem is they never felt safe. You see, sometimes you have an abusive household, and I heard a lot of times where an enabling mother would say, oh, he only beat her like once every other week. And most of the time, everything was good. Well, that's from your perception. But from the child's perception, there is a constant feeling of being unsafe because they don't know when it happens next. It's similar to people who have told me about living with an alcoholic father. Do you think, was your father a good guy? He was wonderful, but the moment he drank, he started yelling at my mom, and she yelled back, and then he hit her. And then he yelled at us, and he became a different person. Yeah, but you had good times, right? Yes, but no. After the first time I witnessed my father hitting my mother and then yelling at me, I never felt safe again. I never trusted the peace. Even though my dad tried to make up for it and bought me presents and bought my mom flowers and said he'll never do it again, the moment I see him pick up a beer, I'm already shaking. Not me, but one man, a friend of mine, 20 years ago, what he told me about the impact that that abuse that doesn't happen on a daily basis can have. So I believe these children felt unsafe in the back of their minds every second of every single day in that house. They've already witnessed more than enough. And Jack, of course, is younger and he's a boy and he's just confused. But Lilly had already processed in the back of her mind, this is not a good guy. I gotta protect myself here. You know, for Daniel, it was just a quick, oh, let's just pretend real quickly and make a nice photo. And then, you know, then I can go back to being who I am. But to Lilly, no. She already made a decision at that point, long before this. A picture says 1,000 words, guys. And here we have 2,000 words to analyze.
But we already knew that. Well, if you knew that, why the hell is there children in a home with somebody like that?
Ask your sister Malaya. She's the enabler. And she does not want to speak about witness, guys. Malaya does not want to be put on the spot. If you saw, I can guarantee you, if you saw or found out everything that Malaya witnessed and did nothing about, you would probably be shocked. And that's exactly what she doesn't want the public to know. How much she enabled Daniel, in my opinion only, people. I believe that's exactly why Malaya is hiding, because she knows if it all came out, guess what? The CPS would never again allow her to be in charge of Meadow. Yes, the only time Jack smiles is when he's with Lilly. And Daniel is far away.
Like, why aren't you protecting the kids that way?
Look at this right now. Yes, you got it. Look at this picture.
A home with somebody like that.
Look how he smiles all of a sudden, and look how she smiles. Look at that. And now compare it to the other one. Where was the other one?
Still enough. And yeah, so they all got very, very mad.
Look at Jack and look at Lilly, and now the next one.
Came about, and they all kind of said, you know what, we already knew that. Well, if you knew that, why the hell is there children in a home with somebody like that?
You see? Do you think Daniel was around there? Or do you think that picture was taken when he wasn't around, guys? What do you think? You see what I see? There is no worry in their faces. So if I had to take a guess, I would say Daniel was not around. They were surrounded by people that they trust. Where was this picture taken? Oh yeah, was it Belinda's house or where was it? Anybody have a background story on that? One moment, people. You see, it's all about the impact that a person can have on a child. And a child reflects that. And this is the boy where Janie said he had an attitude. He would cross his arms and say, eh. That's what Janie said. A child at that age reflects exactly what has come their way. They react. They see Daniel, they already feel a certain way, because you can forget what somebody said to you. You can forget what somebody asked you. You can forget a lot of things, but you will never forget the way that somebody made you feel before. The way that Daniel had made Jack and Lily feel before made it impossible for them to have these types of facial expressions when he was around. The way that Janie made Jack feel many, many, many times is the reason he also was in self-protective mode. The moment that he saw her or heard her voice, he didn't understand what it was all about. He doesn't know how an old woman can become so bitter and hateful. He doesn't understand. He only knows the impact that Janie had on him. So when Janie tries to make it sound like this is not a good little boy because he has an attitude with me, that attitude is completely absent. When the danger from somebody making him feel bad is eliminated, there is no need for the attitude in Jack. I'm still here. I'm still here, people. You see the difference? Interested in, guys. But facial language, when the patterns change so drastically, tells us a lot. I know what happened, guys. I'm trying to ignore it. Is everybody still here? Well, I'm still here. Let's hear.
Like, why aren't you protecting the kids that way?
Daniel told me about the fight on the first day I met him, and I also learned that his mother, Janie McKenzie, kicked Malaya's family members off the property.
Mackenzie. She goes, you get out of my fucking yard. That's what Danny come right up to her. You get out of my fucking yard. Don't you accuse my fucking.
Okay, so this is Wade talking about the fight, the argument. And Wade is somebody worth listening to, people. And I don't care if he talks about Cody or if he talks about Daniel or what Malaya did. He doesn't seem to hold back because he doesn't really have any, he has no dog in the fight, guys. And here's the interesting thing. Don't you accuse my son. Accuse him of what? He said, Janie said. Listen one more time. This is pretty interesting, people.
Haley. Was it her? Haley?
Lilly Mackenzie.
She goes, you get out of my fucking net. That's what she did. Janie come right up to her. You get out of my fucking net. Don't you accuse my fucking son.
Don't you accuse my fucking son? That's yeah, Janie, that's what Janie did. And that's what Janie also remember in the beginning when they talked so much about that fight. There was something about it, and there was probably more about it than just about the rugs. I believe there was a lot more that Malaya doesn't want her family members to say. I believe that the family members at the time didn't know that much, but I do believe, at least at that point, that they were highly suspicious of Daniel, not only because of the rugs, but I believe that they were wondering what the hell has been going on in this house. What else has happened that we don't know anything about? Daniel admitted to using Daniel all day long. But the moment somebody else has a problem with him, nobody else has the right to yell at him except her. You see the difference here? Give me a second.
After that point, at a briefing, a police update that Daniel and Malaya attended together, Malaya left the briefing in tears.
It was around supper time when officers pointed out on maps where searchers had been. Isn't that interesting, guys? Look at the details here. It was around supper time when officers pointed out on maps where searchers had been. They pointed out the areas. Malaya was there. So is it possible that at this particular point, it suddenly hit her more than before how bad it was what had taken place? And she suddenly sees all of the help coming her way that maybe before, she wished she had. I have no idea, but something is on her mind. And I believe that there were real emotions at this time. As cold as she may be in the interviews, I do believe that there was something that triggered it. Suddenly, Malaya said she wasn't feeling well. She walked out with Meadow on her hip. She always has Meadow on her hip, right? She's a boring person who doesn't switch anything up. That's just how she is. She stands the same way, Meadow on her hip. This is just something where, and I mean, having watched her videos and seeing who she is, and I mean, who is she really, It's not surprised that she's able to be so cold, people, so indifferent. And this reminds me of the new statement by Earl Martell. that I brought yesterday. Listen to this and look at this again. Lilly and Jack gone 7 months today, and still all I see online is people turning on people and pointing fingers at each other. But where was everyone before May 2nd? He is telling us that there were issues, major issues before May 2nd, and that nobody was there to intervene. Idiot Earl is leaking knowledge on how abusive the house, how much abuse took place in the household, and just how much of a need there was to help Jack and Lilly before. And still, all I see, yeah, that's all you're paying attention to. He's paying attention to nothing else. He's not trying to figure out what happened. He knows what happened. And this is why he was aggressive with Tint. Because while he wants to bury the past events and move on, suddenly there are all these, he says, are you one of those damn YouTubers? Yeah. This is all he saw in the beginning. He said, still all I see. That's telling me that from the very beginning, I believe he knows what happened, more or less. I believe he has a very good idea of what took place, in my opinion. That's what I believe, people. Otherwise, there would be at least some curiosity leaking as to what happened to Jack or Lilly. And none is leaking, absolutely none. This is not the language of somebody trying to figure out what took place. I do believe he knows at least so much that he doesn't have any questions popping up, or that he's able to put 2 and 2 together. But again, the ATV was on his property. Did Daniel come there to his house at night? I think so. I do believe that Daniel made at least 1 or 2 stops at his house on Thursday night. Janie wasn't allowed to babysit. She had no problem allowing Janie to yell at Jack. She had no problem with her children being abused, Jack and Lilly. Malay had no problem with that at all. None. But you know what? That sort of, she did not react to the abuse that Jack and Lilly received, but she did in a delayed manner. She reacted to it via Maddo. She's a slow reactor. Her blood is like molasses, guys. So rather than interfering and saying, hands off my children, she let it go. But when it came to Maddo, no, she is off limits. I already know who you are. I already know how little respect you have for little kids, for Jack and Lilly, and I'm not going to take my chances with Maddo. I'm going to protect Maddo. I gave up on protecting Jack and Lilly. But Maddo, you see, if she was a loving woman towards the other 2 kids of hers, she wouldn't have had a problem. And she's a very weak person, but however, when it comes to Maddo, all her strength goes right there. She was not going to she was not going to take chances there because of what, and this indicates just how much she has witnessed, how much abuse towards Jack and Lilly Malaya has witnessed and done nothing about. And that, in my opinion, is the main reason why she doesn't want to talk, because she was the enabler. In the back of an ambulance, her mother, registered nurse, Cindy Murray at her side. Daniel pleaded with Malaya to speak to her alone, but her mother stepped in front of him. What did Malaya tell Cindy? What did Cindy ask her? Did she say, did he do it? Did he have something to do with it? You see, Cindy was there. And when they showed where they have searched, there is a good chance that at that moment, Cindy said, you know what? This is nonsense. They didn't walk away. You cannot tell me that Jack and Lilly walked away, and here we have all of these people searching, and nothing is found. Tell me the true story. Did he do it? Did he do it? And I don't believe Malaya had to give a direct answer for her mother to know. Maybe she nodded. Maybe she cried immediately. Maybe whatever. Cindy knows her daughter. So sometimes you don't have to have a spoken confession. Sometimes you don't have to have somebody, lay it all out. Did he do it, Malaya? And I believe by her reaction, Cindy immediately knew how things have been in the household. And I'm not going to talk about in detail, but she doesn't. Anyway, not necessarily the details, but what direction to look in. And that it was Daniel who had sitting there just crying. Logan, she knew about that. Logan felt at liberty to just take all her stuff and said, your daughter, Meadow, is coming with me. They knew how easy Malaya was to control. But at this time, Cindy Murray pulled the emergency brake, guys. She pulled the emergency brake and said, this is it. Because at that moment, I believe she realized there is no way that Jack and Lilly walked away. Absolutely no way. And I know my daughter, and she's not telling me the whole truth. And I know enough to know this is it. This is the final insult. This is the rock bottom. I mean, to call this rock bottom is an understatement. But somebody like Malaya, who is so slow-minded and so slow-acting and so passive and has no idea what to do with herself or anything, you see, this is how far it had to come for her to actually make the decision. Cindy Murray, and maybe I should have been stronger and get you out of there. And Wade, he knew his space in a way. Malaya is not his biological daughter, but that's why on Tint, when Tint recorded him, he said, if that was my kid, I would break, what did he say? I would break someone's, kick some, well, I forgot what he said. But he figured, fine, you guys, whatever you people want to do, you are in your own, I don't get it, and I'm going to step back, and I have tried. And Cindy, let me see my messages here. Oh, thank you, Grandel, for the message. Yes. Yeah, in that message, he didn't refer to her as kids or children. Thank you. This is good. Got it. But you see, now it can make sense, people. Now realize what really went on there. And I don't believe all of this was about the rugs. And I believe Haley knows a lot more. And she doesn't want to get into further details. But at that moment in the ambulance, it wasn't about the drugs. It was about a lot more than that. So she wants to make it sound as if the rugs were the only reason. There was a lot more.
Together.
I believe that's when Malea's family figured out Daniel had something to do with it.
Malaya left the briefing in tears.
See? Around supper time, that's a lot more, man. Haley is willing to talk about the rugs, but not the real story, man. Haley is hiding a lot, guys. A lot.
When Daniel tried to speak to her alone.
And again, I don't believe in the blanket being planted. I mean, I haven't seen any evidence to suggest that.
Her mother would not let him.
Cindy, get the fuck out of here, Daniel recalled saying. Yeah, and Cindy probably said, you know what? This is the last time my daughter will be with you, over my dead body. Over my dead body, are you going to continue this? Because now I'm taking charge. Malaya cannot make up her mind.
And that there was also an altercation there that resulted in Malaya leaving with her mother.
The women hustled to Cindy's car, strapped in Meadow, and sped off down the dirt road. Cindy knows her daughter. She knows if Malaya is going to stick around, this asshole is going to sweet talk her again. He's going to tell her, I'm going to change. Remember the Daniel you met at the waterfall. I love you, Daniel called out to his child through the road up back window. Well, maybe, maybe not. But the fact that he feels the need to say that indicates that he wants to portray himself as a loving father in general, which he may be with his daughter. I believe, actually, yes, he was with Meadow. I mean, he was who he was, and I don't know if she was well taken care of. I don't think she was, but that's, not because he hated her, like with Jack and Lily, but because of his lifestyle,
Cutting off contact with Daniel, and the two have broken up. She's changed her Facebook status.
Exactly, and you know what? This is what Cindy made sure of. Because she knew, if he sweet talks her again, I know how weak my daughter is. There's a danger that she will go back with him.
A single, and
so make no mistake, I believe that a lot of what Haley and Cheryl said was actually truthful, but guess what? They both know so much more, guys. So much more. Haley is holding back so much.
She has not come back to the community.
How old is his trainer?
Sorry.
He's 26.
Yeah, exactly what I...
Yeah, just before Malaya had left. Malaya planned to, the baby was going to go with Logan. There was a lot of,
This voice annoys me, man. It's really annoying.
kind of give me the baby, I'm taking the baby, and then, oh, you can come too. And
Yeah. Logan had the nerve to say, give me the baby, I'm taking the baby, and then, oh, you can come too. Because she knew from Daniel, oh, she's easy to control. She will do whatever I tell her to. Just, you know, Logan already had the impression that whatever, Malaya is just weak and goes with everybody else's flow, easy to control. That's what my first analysis was of Logan's statements in her interview back then. Through Logan, I knew how the family dynamics were. And Logan was just lying. But through her lies, she told us the truth. She revealed it. She leaked it.
It was kind of like, you know, Malaya, like, I spoke to her and I was like, why didn't you go with your mom? She wasn't made to go with her mom. As her sister, I could see what was right and what was wrong in that moment. And I got...
As her sister. Yeah, well, I'm going to get into this later. By the way, is that the same woman that was at the vigil? I mean, I wouldn't have recognized her, period. It's like she got hit by a truck or something, man.
There, I said, do you want me to stay with the baby? You can go look. She goes, I'm going to stay with the baby. Okay, so whatever. So I went looking. So that was the next thing, was when she was told that the baby had...
Okay, she sounds like a valley girl. Okay, I got it. Thank you. Diesel said, Logan thinks she's the smartest person in the room. Yeah, but you know what? I mean, the thing is that also the others, I think that she's the smart one in the family. She's as dumb as they come, but for some reason, maybe because she made it out of there. Maybe she's not in Lansdowne anymore. She's in a city now. She's a city girl. She elevated. She got elevated. Probably by marriage, but Photoshop, yeah, I mean, look how much filter she must use. Yes, absolutely. I mean, how much, you remember? I mean, how can this be? Seriously, and I'm going to be very careful with my language. I know I have 90% women watch, 90% of my viewers are female. I know that I need to be sensitive to what I say right now, but damn, what happened, man? What the hell happened here? I didn't recognize her. And again, this is not important to the case, but, you know, let me see the picture here. I took a screenshot from the, I have too many fucking images on my computer anyways. Oh my God. Where is she? Come on, Logan. Oh yeah, this is my artwork. That would be her, right? That was my Halloween special. Is this her? This is her? Okay, not a very clear picture. Holy shit. I'm sorry, guys, if I'm offending anybody, even though I hate the word offending, but I didn't recognize her. I really didn't. At all. That's why I said during my live, who the hell is this? That's what it's like to be live. So this person turned into, I mean, and now, yeah, she'll have a right to say, oh, he's trying. No, I'm sorry, Logan. I'm just, you know, thinking out loud right now. This is not important. I'm not easily offended, good. Because if you're easily offended, you wouldn't be watching me. How about that? You know, I said it before. I knew people who were very good looking at one point, but the ugliness of their soul eventually reflected or came out. But at least at the vigil, she seemed like she shut her mouth and kind of just stood there. Hey, Barnes. Nope. I didn't say that when I said, who the hell is that? I didn't say that because I tried to make a point. I mean, now I am, but I said it because I really didn't recognize her, guys. I had no idea who that woman was. But anyways, let's listen to her.
So that was the next thing, was when she was told that the baby had to leave the residence. She exactly told she did not have
her hair was in a bun, right?
Have to leave the residence. And he just wanted the baby off the from the residence. As like this whole scenario isn't something a kid should be.
That's Logan speaking, right? Look at her many words she's using, trying. I don't even want to listen to her anymore.
She exactly told she did not have to leave the residence, and he just wanted the baby off from the residence. As like this whole scenario isn't something a kid should be a part of.
This is, oh my God, I can't listen to her.
So the baby was going to come to my house. So she's never been apart from the baby. Never. Like she's meadow.
Oh my God, that voice too, man. That's not a Valley Girl kind of voice, right? This is just the Logan McKenzie kind of voice. This is Janie. This is young Janie. That's who Logan is. If you want to know what Logan's going to be like in 30 years, look at Janie McKenzie. That's going to be Logan, people. The curse of the McKenzie women.
So I said, you're more than welcome to come too. If not, I am comfortable. I have 3 kids of my own. Like Malaya, I can take care of this kid. Like I can take care of the baby, no problem.
Like. That's not what you said.
So first the baby, it was just going to be the baby. And then she decided she was going to come with.
The baby.
So, but then something changed and we were at the briefing.
Something, can you see as an example here, when she said something changed, when somebody tells you something changed, they're usually avoiding to give you the information that is necessary to determine what exactly it was that changed. And it's passive language too. That something cannot change. Somebody saw things in a different way. Somebody realized something. You can keep it vague and say something changed, like it's a mystery. Or you can say, Cindy took a stand. Cindy realized that the kids were not in the woods. And remember that in case somebody else would try to take credit for it and say, I just figured something out. No, they were in the back of the ambulance and showed everybody where they had been searching. I believe that's when Cindy realized this story is complete BS. I believe that's when she looked at her daughter and said something to the effect of, was it him? Did he do it? Let's get out of here. And that's when Malaya cried uncontrollably. And Logan knows exactly what it was all about. I believe she knows. And she's trying to mask it. Like something changed, as in there was some kind of a random event, something not important. She's trying to minimize the importance of this turnaround. When Cindy said, after all this time, hearing about how he abused Jack, hearing about how he abused you, Wade is not making things up, not about the dirty diapers in the house, not about him abusing her. No, Wade has no need to, he's talkative, but he is not here to fabricate anything. He told us what happened. And Cindy is exactly what changed. Cindy changed. And she took ownership of her daughter, saying, you know what? Now this is it. You're coming with me. And this is it, guys. So many of them know. I knew when I heard Haley and Cheryl the first time that they know a lot more than they are saying. How many details do they know? I think they know a lot. I think Cindy probably instructed them, let's just not talk about it. Let's make sure people don't forget about Daniel, and let's make sure that we are protected and move on. Hard to say, right? Move on from two children that are missing. But I believe Cindy knew this was final. The kids are not coming back. And it's sad to say, but sometimes, even in the JonBenet Ramsey case, it's almost like they are cutting their loss because they have to accept the fact that their child is no longer alive and they want to save the other children or the other child. I believe that's what happened with Summer Wells, but they didn't want to save the other children. They want to keep CPS from removing them, which finally, of course, happened. Let's try to get Meadow back. Or let's move on and make sure everything, because I don't think Cindy trusts her daughter even with Meadow. I think Cindy doesn't trust Malea's judgment at all. I think in the back of Cindy's mind, she probably thinks maybe Meadow is better off right now. Because you know what? Malaya may be in my house or Patty's house or on the reservation with Meadow. Everything's okay, but what if she has a new boyfriend? Who is next? What if this boyfriend doesn't like the way that Meadow laughs or yells or screams or anything like that? She didn't protect the previous two. Nothing's in the works. Daniel is getting good advice from somebody I've spoken with. I tried to get some questions. Never mind. I know why Daniel's quiet. Daniel is studying statement analysis right now. It's partially my fault, but I took a chance. Daniel is learning. Daniel is learning how he himself has leaked. And that's why I am going back deep into his older statements, because that's all I'm going to have for a while. But Daniel, as I said, anytime you can come on with me, you and Jordan together, we can talk about anything, and I will, keep it very light. Just ask a few questions. Of course, later on, I'm going to analyze it and going to say what sticks out. But, if you have nothing to hide, then I'd be more than happy to, let you explain it. I'd be more than happy, Daniel, to, if you think I'm getting something wrong. Danny is working on his pledge certificate. He actually is. I told Jordan too much, man. But Jordan is, he gets it, man. He gets it. He gets it. His daddy doesn't, but Jordan gets it. So, but still, there's more that I'm not going to talk about right now because we have too much of no information coming at the moment. There's always, a big reveal, new documents, and then there's nothing in there. I think everybody's tired of that. But give me a second, guys. I'll be back in a minute and continue in chat, please. So to keep it short, I am the reason and I am the only reason Daniel is MIA right now. And that goes back to a conversation surrounding a question I had for him and being asked why I want to ask the question. I went a little bit too far and Daniel has help right now. A friend is explaining to him how I have concluded the things before it baffled him. How can somebody see through me? You don't know me. You don't know me, man. How you say I... Really? You want me to explain it to you? Okay. So that's why but you know what? I believe at this point, the case is not going anywhere. I would have kept my mouth shut a while ago, but now I realize they have the Karen walks and the fundraisers and all of that. And I say, you know what? This case is never going to be officially solved. So the only thing that I can focus on is using this to let everybody here know better ways to figure out what somebody's really saying and to keep the truth alive. I can't control the outcome. And as an analyst, you're not there to control the outcome. You don't make the decisions for law enforcement. You're there to assist them. So in this case, I know my place. But yeah, Daniel is getting it. He's realizing, I'm not doing this to point fingers or judge people. I'm letting you tell me what is going on. Let me read your comments right now, but I'm saying too much when I'm in a flow. Oh yeah, did you all go Christmas shopping already? Are you kidding me, dude? Ho, ho, ho. Anyways. You mean the documents? I don't care about the documents, man. If there's something interesting, it'll come my way. Oh, okay. Never mind. Yeah. To all of you coming in now, it's happening in the chat. Ignore me. This is actually nice. I can have my coffee. I'm happy you guys are here, man. I miss doing lives. Lives are the way to do this and to get to share information with each other and have this be like a filter where those who have gathered some knowledge from the outside can introduce the important parts right here, because that's all we want. And now I'm seeing it very clearly how the day went. And I understand the relationship between Cindy and Wade, and what was going on. Not only with Daniel, but before, the relationship with Cody and the in-between relationship she had for a couple of months with somebody else. The picture. Oh, I haven't done any Christmas shopping, man. It's the last minute kind of deal. And I hate shopping. I feel like I don't know how I feel. When I go to the mall during Christmas, I feel like I'm, first of all, I don't want to go there with my daughter because she wants everything. And so I avoid that. I don't like shopping, man. I really hate it. You know what? I feel like a duck that's... I feel like a sitting duck, man. I feel like a duck flying away, getting shot at, seeing all of the temptations of, yeah. I like to buy gifts where I realize, oh my God, he would love this, or she would love that. These kinds of moments I like. Because whenever, you try to figure out what to buy, when you figure out too hard, you don't make the right decisions, in my opinion. Oh, the green fan? Yeah, it's there. I hate shopping. I hate it. And I hate saying no. You understand what I mean? I hate being with somebody who loves to shop. And I have to be the asshole who says, no, we don't need this. Here's my green fan. And I don't need a new fan either. I can't stand it when somebody says, you need a new fan, you need a new this, you need a new car, you need... No. I don't need anything, guys. I am so low budget and I am so low maintenance. It's not even funny. I love the sunshine and I love the beach. and I love natural food. And I realized that so much of what I have done in the past was just using money as a substitute for what is right here in life. Just to stop and look at the ocean and swim in the and access, what all the little things that kids are not being. Kids don't tell you, I'm looking for a purpose in life. They may forget later who they are, adapting to how society is run, But we are conditioned to think that we have to invest money into our happiness. And I don't believe that this is how it works. You know what I mean? So to me, is this a detective room? What? Right now, I try to get people practical things. Yes, absolutely. And I rather be the asshole that gets something cheap. But you know what? It turns out when I know it's the right gift for somebody, they appreciate it, even if it's not expensive. If it's a $20 gift, but they say, oh my God, I need this. You can't read my sign? It says plaids. And the truth is always in there. That's kind of my slogan. The truth is always in there. I hate shopping. Kids are growing up, so fleeing to Cuba for Christmas sounds dreamy. Fleeing to Cuba? Am I reading this right? Any country where they don't have the whole shopping frenzy. Oh, and I hate these Black Friday videos when people kill each other over items. My goal is to figure out how I can live without any of them. And I don't have a TV. I have two big screens here that one works for sure, the other I don't even think works. And they're lying face down on my one is on my other bed, and the other I don't even worry about it. I have two laptops, so I can use. I have I have what I need, man. I have a big screen I haven't plugged in, another one, But minimalism is sort of what actually helps me stay focused, because there are so many obligations we have in life that I prefer to, I like the feeling of not having to do anything, because I always have the energy to do something. But rather than reacting in life, it's better to act. And GSP says, I don't celebrate any holidays. It's fabulous. Yeah, I like that. I would like to do that. I don't care about birthdays. I don't care about... All that happens is I will drink too much. You know what I mean? And I do that when I get bored with people, when I realize, oh my God, I can't just walk out now. When I get bored with stupid conversations, that is. I'm like, okay, let me just sit here and let me have another beer. And next thing I know, it's like, what a waste of time. Yeah, I walk out a lot now too. Really? Wow. Costa Rica sounds great. I used to live there. He's building cabins for rent in Costa Rica. Robin, which part of Costa Rica? In Nicoya Peninsula? Like Santa Teresa, Playa del Carmen, Malpais, that area? Or in Jaco? Paco is not good. Oh my God, people. Oh, Costa Rica was very peaceful country when I was there, I think. Yeah, I like some of this. I have to admit, so when I see these beautiful Christmas decorations and I hear the music and yeah, of course, I feel, it's nice. I just don't want to be the one doing it. Okay, 2 hours from the airport. That could be, let me think. And you know what? The good thing in Costa Rica, the cabins, even if they're not luxury, oh yeah, people will rent them, man. If they're close to the beach, I think it's a good investment. Or the beach, Laurie. Or the beach. And to me, that's the best when I look out into the ocean and sit so close to the ocean that I see nothing man-made behind me. And put it all into perspective. Yes, okay, Tamarindo, that's another city where there's a lot of tourists. Tamarindo, I think, could be where he's building the cabins, also by the beach. I think 2 hours from the airport. Tamarindo. And but the best surf is in I forgot the name. A small beach town where they have the best surf. Ocean full of corpses. Yeah, but eventually, I mean, oh my God. So then let me ask you this, Diesel, since you're here. When the corpses become skeletons, do they float or not? This is something that I want to clear up on my channel. What happens to the bodies? The ocean is full of corpses, but the ocean is huge. I believe the lakes do, yes. Lake Tahoe, I can believe that. Okay, bones can float, but do they float? I live close to the beach and kayak and canoe often. You would love Florida. Yeah, I've been to Florida a couple times. I love Florida. But I only was in St. Petersburg or a beach town close by. Florida is my kind of place because it's never cold there. So the bones will sink eventually, right, Diesel? So the skeletons, so the bodies you're referring to would now be skeletons at the bottom of the ocean, right? So if you're searching for Amelia Earhart, you would be maybe in the middle of the ocean, 1 mile down, and there she is, her bones. Yes, I love Florida. I love the people there too. I love the vibe there. Okay, ocean will disintegrate bones. Interesting. Yeah, let's get to it. Magda, thank you. The ocean eats the evidence. The ocean eats the evidence, people. Old Sparky? Who's that? Janie's got a rake. I love this version. I absolutely love it. Yeah, got it. Old Sparky is the electric chair. Oh, shit. The electric chair. Oh, my God. I feel like listening to Danny and the Dogs remix again, man. Let me get some coffee first and see. Okay, talk to each other. Yeah, absolutely, Laurie. The ocean. And I believe that's why Danny is so confident, man. They're never going to find the evidence. He likes to talk about evidence. They're never going to find the bodies. I believe that's why he feels confident enough to say so much. Because in the back of his mind, he's thinking, well, you're not going to find the bodies. You're not going to find anything. And I think he get away with it. I think so. Yes, I need a you. Oh my God, I need that. Who had that in a live the other day? I saw this huge coffee mug. Oh, I need a bigger one. Or I need to make it so extremely strong that I can only sip a little bit here and there. I'm not expecting Daniel to show his face again anytime soon, guys. In private conversations, sure. But I don't see... Janie is another story. You know, maybe she will go to the market with her brother Ron, and somebody will have a camera and ask her some questions. We don't know what's going to happen. Maybe another, Tint was only one guy. There are many Tints out there. Maybe somebody will ask her, why did Daniel do it? And she'd say, well, the kids always scream and they're loud and yeah. Who knows what she's going to leak in the future? If you press Janie's button the right way, I believe she will leak a lot of things, man. A lot. Yeah, so the bones sink. Right. Hey, Peggy and Belinda. So that's exactly where we're at, people. Yeah. I'll get more coffee. Continue and chat, everyone. At this point, I'm gonna let it roll. I'm here, but I'm not. Is anything new, Belinda, that you think we should not overlook, document-wise, or in terms of what's coming? Yeah, I don't expect a lot of physical. I don't expect physical evidence. I don't expect any, recovery of bodies. I don't expect that. So that's why I don't expect. I don't hold my breath for a successful outcome here, but we still have the opportunity to analyze the statements and see what direction we need to look into. And we cannot get sidetracked from that, in my opinion. February, huh? Documents will be out in February. And Belinda's lawyer is the one who tries to keep that from happening? I mean, Malaya's lawyer is the one who's trying to keep that from happening? Yeah, when it comes to child neglect, that wouldn't be enough, right? You don't hear anything? I'm watching the chat right now, and I'm gonna put the chat. I'm trying to put this on my screen, people, because I want to get into whatever you guys have learned that I may have missed. But I also realize that if there's nothing new, then there's nothing new. So here's my chat. One moment. Yeah, I don't know. I need to put my Windex back. Was there a camera in the ambulance when Malaya and her mom were in there? Very good question, people. There should be, right? Ambulances, they have cameras inside, right? I mean, don't they need them in case that there's a malpractice lawsuit or something? I did this with vinegar, yeah, but I also bought this yesterday, so. No camera inside ambulance, right? Okay, got it. Yeah, Daniel and Malaya should be in a room together, and there should be, and be recorded. I agree. That would be great. Okay, got it. So in Canada, you have a lot less lawsuits than in the United States. How about in the States? They don't have cameras in ambulances? Some good questions here, people. Yeah, I mean, oh, but according to Daniel, they did, Andrea, right? HIPAA violation, yeah. Again, the one thing that I see as a possibility is if any of them slips, maybe maybe being recorded, maybe there'll be another tint somewhere approaching Janie, just having a nice conversation with her and say, oh, by the way, what happened that night? What do you mean that night? How you know? I have a feeling Janie is going to leak a lot more, but Daniel is done. Daniel understands. Give me a second, people. I got a clean house. I know who these people are. And finished. Community moderation. I don't want any Karens in here. This is a no Karen zone. And done. So all the Karens can go back where they came from and troll over there. Zero Karen zone. Full-fledged butterfly? What do you mean by that? The only reason Daniel is not around right now is me. It's the only reason, no other reason. I don't care what anybody tries to guess or fabricate or come up or try to take credit for. Who was it? Nobody important, Melissa. Daniel is learning about statement analysis. Well, my aunt's name is Karen also. So yeah, I know a few Karens, but they're not being Karens. Well, one of them is being a Karen, and her name is Karen. Derwood is a Karen. The Kens? Karens and the Kens? I'm missing it. Daniel is done now. Where's Kent lately? I don't know. Kent is trying to keep the narrative going. Because if the case goes away, he'll go away. So that's why he's very happy to talk about the narrative about the reservation, to keep it alive in the minds of the people who don't know any better. Yeah. Yeah, and I taught Daniel. Indirectly. Kent has been a distraction from day one, man, in my opinion. When Belinda was on that idiot channel giving interviews and he was there interrupting, you know. He was in my chat before. I didn't give him time of day because he had nothing to say, nothing important. Hey, Julia, welcome. But Kent is not important. Just some people made him important. You know what I mean? He's not somebody that I look at for information at all. Except that one time when I asked him if Daniel's car was impounded or not, when Daniel tried to deny it, he was there and said, yeah, it was impounded. But other than that, I'm not going to waste my time on people who don't have the knowledge that we are looking for. They pretend to have some knowledge, maybe. But it's pretty interesting when you see as time goes by, when somebody suddenly actively promotes the Durwood claims. It's interesting when people reveal their intentions through actions that may not make sense in the beginning. He's always talked to Durwood. Grandel, he's always talked to Durwood, but he didn't make it public. He didn't want people to know. Let me do some again, because I don't have any patience anymore. A lot of people want to insert themselves into the case and make themselves more important than they are. And I'm not falling for it. Never did. and use a case to elevate themselves to a level where they don't belong. You want to talk about summer wells? I published a video earlier, and I spent a lot of time on summer wells. I have actually some pre-recorded videos that I'm going to not premiere, but I'm going to just post them. Just publish them, and then, yeah. So the people who are interested, absolutely, please comment and watch, you know. But I also noticed that when I talk about summer wells on a live, you know, people stop viewing and being here. So in a sense, I'm taking advantage of whatever YouTube enables me to do, which is, you know, make sure that whatever I find out, I get out there one way or the other. But when it comes to the lives, it's a whole different story. I mean, what are you guys more interested in, people? Is it summer wells right now or Jack and Lilly? Now, mind you, I'm not talking about Jack and Lilly in general, but Jack and Lilly right now, as there's no new information coming. That's what I'm curious about. Because I know it's going to change if there's more information coming out. But what I mean is the time. That's what I thought. Both? Okay, both. Yeah, right now, I think that since I've been on already for a while, I may just publish 2 shorter videos later that I made about summer. And I will not do it in the member section. I will just do it immediately. Mike, I wasn't familiar with Summer's case, but I'm learning of your, yes. I was very much into summer wells 4 years ago, and Peter Hyatt talked about her a lot of times. And then it went quiet, which is what happens. You know, people get tired. Same with Sebastian Rogers. People just tuned out. And so did I, not because I lost interest in the case, but because new cases came up. And again, it's also that I get more information from people when I do my live about a topic that's hot on people's minds right now. Interesting. Yeah, I think I think my next live I will do. Julia sent me absolutely amazing timestamps. And 1 second. Give me a second, people. What the hell is this? It's commercial time.
As a little kid swimming, it can tire you out easily. True. So I don't know if she could have been sleeping when they dropped me off because I thought she was awake. Okay.
And this guy, this 15-year-old, of course, he holds the key. Swimming can tire you out easily with little kids. Really? Something is on his mind about Summer's demeanor, that he's covering up, people. But you know what? I'm going to go back to Jack and Lilly now. Summer, this is just a preview of what I'm going to be talking about again. And later on, I'm going to publish the small videos. So we're going to stay with Jack and Lilly here now because Belinda's here, and you can see my videos later, guys. You can there's a lot more. I have probably 10 hours worth of material in the back of my mind when it comes to Summer Wells. I have so much more on it that I don't even know where to start. So sometimes I'm just going to turn on the camera and pre-record when I come across something really, really interesting. It's funner to do it in a live, of course. Grendel, I haven't decided. Yes, I will do that. Do you have a statement that you can send to me that stands out to you? Anything that you think there's something there, and I will immediately get to it and post it. Immediately. And sentence analysis will be it in the members section, guys. Grendel, I'm going to do this today and tomorrow or tonight. And if there's anything that you have, Peggy, Julia, anybody, if you have a suggestion for me, if there's any statement, think everybody for a minute. Think about what statement in the case of Jack and Lilly stands out to you the most. Everybody think for 1 minute. Think back. Is there one statement, and you don't have to know what it is about the statement that makes it stand out to you? Just something that you cannot get past. And maybe you're thinking, oh, it's probably nothing. It's probably nothing, and I'm overthinking, and I am, no, I think pain and sorrow. So maybe I will post one of Malaya's statements and really get it analyzed. So any type of statements you guys have, Malaya saying that she hoped the kids were, no, she didn't say the kids, she hopes the kids were warm. She said, I hope they are feeling warm, feeling warm. She didn't say they are warm. She knows they're not warm. Feeling warm is a different thing. So why would they go and leave me like this? Text from Malaya to Belinda. Ah, that's a good one too. Like what? Leave you like this? And this, it's not distancing. She didn't say she didn't say like that, but this is very close to home. Why would they leave me like this? That actually indicates involvement on some level. Well, maybe Tint can pay a visit to Justin. I'm not on Facebook right now. I mean, I am on Facebook, but I'm on my profile only. I'm not, I look at the screenshots that some of you are sending me, but I'm not interested in seeing, if it stands out to you, chances are it'll stand out to me. But otherwise I get lost in the comments from people who don't know anything, right? And then I waste a lot of time. I don't mind spending 10 hours on the Hunter S. true crime video, because these people, I don't care even if it's Logan, Haley, Cheryl, they all know more than they are saying. And they are all leaking information. I don't care if it's every day for 4 hours straight that I'm getting into this. That's more important and interesting to me than hearing people discuss the case who don't have a clue. The partner word, I've been there on day. Everybody now that knows my Facebook, the same name, the same spelling, Mike the Man, the same profile picture. Please, I need to know. I have dozens of statements that I can get you guys to analyze right now, but I want to make sure from now on that I am taking advantage of the opportunity that the live offers me. And having done 2 weeks of just pre-recordings or 1 week and no lives at all, made me recognize the real value of having the lives, the interaction where you guys can tell me what it is that you find significant, and then we can discuss it. You're not going to find good statements on Facebook, people, unless somebody, already screenshot it and sends it your way. Then, and then especially when more than one person sends me the same statement, that's when I'm like, okay, let me look into it. But the thing is, when I look into something, I really look into it. It needs to be a statement that can be analyzed. Give me a second, guys. I will get my last coffee. And please, Brenda, check for the one that stands out to you where you can see, where maybe you see something in there and recognize some sensitivities, but you're not sure what else is there. And then I will post that. I will turn it into an image, post it in the member section, and I want no more shyness. That means I want all of you in the member section. If it works, we can also later do one in the public section, but first in the member section, everybody to say what stands out to you. What do you see? And always feel free to post your, you can also go to the member section and make a post and comment on my post with a statement that stands out to you. Because I want you guys to learn from each other and allow yourself to make mistakes. Daniel said that's what a parent does, adapt and over. Oh, Julia, send it my way, please. Send this one my way. We can start with it. I can make several posts with several statements. So whatever statements you guys bring my way, please, by all means, if they are, I will go through them very slowly, guys, very slowly, one by one. But whatever stands out to me, I'm going to post. Yes, Malaya said, I miss them, instead of saying I want them found. Absolutely, I miss them is very final. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Disa. This is so true. Malaya gulped as she said she wants to hold them. It was clear to me that she would never hold them again. Malaya said she can't get over that they didn't find anything, not even Lily's bag. Oh, Belinda, can you send this to me? I will be able to find it, but if you help me find it quicker, that's wonderful. What happened was we heard them playing in the next room. You know, Seawood, this is my favorite. Actually, this is this part with the room when she said, first the kids are playing in the room, or she heard them playing in the room. She didn't say they were there. She heard them playing in the room, and then the room went quiet. She didn't. She avoided to tell us that the children went quiet and why they went quiet. So she blamed the room. That's also passive language right there, that the room went quiet. A room doesn't make any noise. There's noise in the room, or silence, the absence of noise, the drastic change. I love it already, guys. This is exactly what I want in the member section, people. This is exactly how it's going to go. And yes, again, I'm hesitant to, I want the statements that stand up to you. Please take a second and send these to me. That silent is exactly what she's referring to. Suddenly the room went quiet, she said. Suddenly. And this type of language, sorry, Mike, she said it to me on Saturday after we came back from second search. Oh, okay. Let me look up again, word for word, what you just said before, Belinda. Malaya said she can't get over that they didn't find anything, not even Lily's backpack. I believe that she was amazed with the good job Daniel had done from her perspective. And possibly that she knows that Daniel may have dropped something. Maybe he dropped the backpack along the way, guys. That's a possibility too. And that he later retrieved it. I don't know. I will look more into it. Or that it didn't, that if the bodies go into the ocean, the fear of Jack's pull-up or the backpack floating to shore, that could also be what this indicates. But it's a concern. It's a concern about the backpack. It's a concern about evidence being found, guys. Jack was rustling around and when children go quiet, that means they're getting into something. The combination of that and Jack rustling around in the kitchen. I don't think there was planting, personally speaking. Maybe, I don't know. You think I will not spoil that with my thoughts, people. Meaning, it's a possibility that they were expecting certain items to be found in the woods. Perhaps around the pipeline, yeah. They were all day at the pipeline. Daniel tried to deny it. They were there all day long, only around the pipeline. Nowhere else. Nowhere else. She and Janie and Justin picked Daniel up from the pipeline and they brought him back to the pipeline. And his friends were there too, still. But Belinda got there the second day of the search and didn't see Daniel all day. I believe he was on the pipeline, in the pipeline area all day long. Nowhere else. Janie too. There was so much stuff I still wanted to ask Belinda. But I think that it'll come to me when the time is right. Belinda, in the last few weeks, have certain things resurfaced to your memory that where you said, wow, I just remembered something, and it stood out to you? Hidden in plain sight, absolutely. Hidden in plain sight. Daniel was only on the pipeline, not just him. He had a lot of help there. Brandy? Oh. A lot was dropped, guys. And the pull-up, Jack's pull-up, guys. Jack's pull-up. Why did he mention Jack's pull-up so many times? What are your thoughts right now, guys? Why do you think? Got it. Got it, Julia. I think Daniel was thinking about the area that he spent 2 days in. That there was nothing left to be found near the pipeline. And maybe he had an incident where his ATV tipped over in the middle of who knows. But something important about that. It was something he dropped along the way and was nervous about it being found. The pull-up, you're saying the pull-up escaped the car that he put them in and sunk the car, or the ATV. I don't think he would have made it all the way to the beach or the ocean area in the car without being seen somewhere. I don't see them keeping the pull-up on for so long. So maybe at one point, maybe when reaching the ocean, he realized the pull-up was gone. And maybe the pull-up is some, I don't believe he went by car to the ocean, guys. I believe it was the ATV. That's why Janie and Daniel denied again and again that he was driving the ATV. This type of avoidance, guys, is done for a reason. And remember how she is lying, how Janie is lying. Look at her lying pattern. The lying pattern is what stands out to me right now. It's not about she is lying. How is she lying and why? That's why I actually love this image that I did, no matter how unprofessional it looks. If I find it now, yeah. Ah, where we at? This is what I felt like putting up there for a reason, and I call it base lies. How they lie and why. These are base lies, people. It's not about the fact they are lying, but how are they lying? And the same way I love how the Danny and the Dog remix highlights certain statements. This is something we cannot forget. Give me 1 second, okay? Talk to each other. Thank you for still being here. Let me see your chat right now. I want to see if everybody's ready to sleep or what. Because now I'm catching up right now. I seen. All right, I'm going back to your chat. The chat is where it's happening, guys, and it'll be this chat that I'm going to show until I'm done with this. Daniel knows the trails which run through. He didn't take a car to the ocean, people. He didn't. He knew how to go by ATV. He used the car to transport things, but the ATV was at Earl's house, guys, right? That's what Janie said. He would have been seen. The car he felt comfortable driving from his property to his dad's house maybe, and where the bridge was. And he went to McLeod Bridge, I believe, with the vehicle to maybe wash up something. The area by the river that he was familiar with, because both of his uncles owned the surrounding properties. But when it came time to get rid of the bodies and transport them to the ocean, I believe he used the ATV, not the car, not the loud car. And back to last night's statement, which is so good and showing me that, Daniel, you got a long way to go, grasshopper. You gotta learn a little bit more when it comes to avoidances, and don't make them so obvious. My vehicle never moved out of the yard that night, and it never moved out of the yard that yard the following day. Which yard are you referring to right now? First it was the yard and then that yard. Now, are you thinking about a different yard now? And why is there space between night and the following day? How about the following morning? How about since last night or since the evening? There is no continuum here, timeline-wise. There's a huge interruption. There is allowance for space in between that he avoids speaking about. My vehicle. How about somebody else's? Was it registered in your name? Is it technically not your vehicle? This is why it's so important, people, to pay attention to how he lies. No cars were towed. Yes, technically you were not lying because it was no cars. It was one car. How they lie and why. Once we get the pattern somebody displays when they lie, then it's going to be so much easier for us to tell. Oh, he's using the same strategy here again. Daniel is trying technically not to lie. In the back of his mind, he needs the excuse, able to say, well, technically speaking, I didn't lie. And that's how people are able to beat the polygraph as well. Oh, yes, Robin, thank you. Yeah, I may have picked up on that. I may have not, but that yard, absolutely. The yard turned into that yard, Robin Edwards. Absolutely, you're right, 100%. There's a huge difference here. And then there is a distancing language as well. Not this yard or the yard, but that yard. The following day. Not the following morning, the following day. He needs to associate some experiential memory that enables him to take a giant leap in between time frames on his mind. And it's similar to somebody saying the next thing we knew, the next thing we know. This is leaving a lot of space, a few hours in between these two timelines that he's trying to convince us of. I believe he went there slow on the ATV, but there's no way he used the car there. He used the car for what he had to in the Lansdowne station area, but then when it came time to go towards the ocean, no. I believe he used the ATV, and that's why Janie tried so hard. Daniel never used the ATV. And what did he say here in my chat? I never drove the ATV in 2 years. If it doesn't make sense, there's a reason for it, people. The early morning hours are exactly what he's avoiding, guys. The early morning hours is what he doesn't want to talk about. Anything that happened between, let's say, midnight and maybe 5:30 a.m. or something like that. Or the sun was already up. He said that. He leaked that. So maybe after 6. Because there could have been another time that Wong didn't hear the car. Doesn't mean it wasn't, but you know what? He is a frantic kind of guy, and if he was high that day, in addition to whatever was taking place, yeah. Then did not dig down. It was considered nothing. Now from the last search, that whole area is underwater. Okay. I'm seeing a lot of faces. I mean, a lot of people here who haven't been here for a while. Welcome back to you guys. This statement is powerful. And you see, Daniel, the harder you try to avoid something, the easier it becomes for us to figure it out. This is not me judging. This is you saying it the way that you say it. I would have examined the ATV and brought the cadaver dogs to the ATV. That's what I would have done. Yeah, it's possible that he had the bodies at the cabin where Belinda saw a brand new lock. It's very possible that he went back to the house, because when he described the morning and said it took him 30 seconds to run back down there, I believe that's something that happened in the night, that he forgot something that he had to get from the house to get rid of, such as the boots and the backpacks. And he didn't want to return to the house with the bodies, and maybe left them there at the cabin with the brand new lock. That's what I said very early on, because what he said was from experiential memory to the kids, through the cabins, to the kids. He went through the cabins to the kids, and that indicates that the children were there temporarily. Remember? These may have gotten lost in my earlier videos, but I pointed it out very early on. That statement lets me think that the bodies, I believe he returned to get something from the house, and it was possibly around midnight. And that's when he turned the light on to get something from the room. Otherwise, why did he feel the need to tell us that he turned the light on? And why would you turn on the light when your children are sleeping? Is there no light in the rest of the house? Wouldn't you open the door a little bit and see through and see, okay, the kids are both asleep? Why would you turn the light on? Because he knew the light was on. Because even though nobody saw the light on, none of the neighbors, in the back of his mind, it was still, what if somebody saw the lights on? Maybe like that. That he tried to explain something that wasn't even an issue, because it was in the back of his mind. That he spent some time in that room trying to get something that he knows he needs to take in order to sell to the public the false narrative that the children walked away. And I forgot, when was high tide? 3 a.m. or something like that? The ATV should have been taken in. 100%. So guys, that's why when people say, okay, the cadaver dogs, they found nothing, the polygraph was all right. No. What questions were they asked? Where did the cadaver dogs go? So that doesn't eliminate anything for me. The RCMP did what they had done from the beginning, which means a crappy job. And that's nothing about the RCMP specifically. In Tennessee with Sebastian Rogers, the first 72 hours, they treated it like a runaway case and messed up very much. They took their boots, exactly. He took the boots, people. He remembered, he said, pink boots for Lilly, blue boots for Jack. Four. He took it for them. That's why he went back. And he probably didn't want to bring the bodies back to his property and leave them up there in the cabins. And he ran down, which took him, what did he say, 30 seconds, something like that? The firewood on May 2nd was outside, and shortly after it was stacked inside the woodshed. Belinda found that odd. And that woodshed was completely empty before, right, Belinda? And that stood out to you also. There was something in there that I think he didn't want police to find. And wait, what makes you think he was making it? Wait a minute. Julia and Grendel, thank you so much for what you just sent to me. This will be tomorrow what I'm going to put up in the member section that we will discuss in deep detail. Very deep detail, guys. The question is which harbor? Which part of the ocean? That's the question. The washing machine, guys. The washing machine. It's huge. And if anybody right now has the audio with the timestamp, I played it last time, right? The washing machine and the spinner. They even checked the washing machine. That's what Janie was worried about. I believe he came back from the ocean. He was full of mud and salt water and immediately put his clothing into Janie's washer. That's what I believe, guys. Not only was Janie raking evidence, she was washing evidence too. Right, Janie? Exactly. The recyclables were in the house and not in the shed. Yeah. I believe that night he may have cleaned out the shed. Maybe Wade was right. He was making it. Maybe. You know what I mean? I'm curious to find out more about that. Mike, if you take ocean off the table as an option, what would you... No, I don't say anything else. The ocean is the only place I look, Diesel. And that's because of the many references from all three of them. All three of them. It's ocean, ocean, ocean. Surf, ocean, water. Janie saying the property is nowhere near the ocean. It's too much ocean. I don't look anywhere else. I let the language guide me in one way, and so when other people speculate, I stick to it, because unless I see any type of linguistic reference to something else, then I'm open to it immediately. But unless it comes from them, I'm not going to look anywhere else. No one witnessed Daniel being wet from going to waist deep water. Yes, Robin Edwards. No, they leaked ocean long before I pointed it out. I don't know why you guys try to explain something. What, Nope. Not true. Malaya being at the beach so early after the disappearance, like she was visiting their grave. Yeah, Grendel, that's very possible too. I need to know about Malaya. Does she usually go to the ocean? Before? Did she before, when she grew up, was she at the ocean a lot? Is that where she likes to visit and go and be? That's something I would like to know more about, whether or not that was an unusual thing for her to do. No, she said no water on her other 7 acres, Mike. This is ocean reference, and you can try to explain it away anyway and dismiss it as much as you want, Chelsea, but the bottom line is they have said that consistently, and it's been from day one, about the ocean, about the surf, about water, the many water references. There was no change in pattern. So it's only the ocean for me, guys. I only look at that possibility. And the question is, which part of the ocean? And I don't know why you guys give so much credit to them, that they're trying to outsmart me and trying to set me up. And Daniel is listening to me. He's trying to give... No, man. No. That's what I call overthinking it. Or holding on to a different narrative maybe from somebody else and then trying to discredit what I'm saying. I don't know. Bay of Fundy, Big Island Beach. All of this is a possibility to me. So you can search through the forest as much as you want. You're not going to find anything other than maybe some evidence, something that he dropped on the way to the ocean. Yeah, Bay of Fundy is still a possibility to me, guys. So because you see a lot of people speculating and coming up with theories and no, none of this holds water. You know, to add my own ocean reference right now. Yes, I agree with you. Without a body or a confession, yes, but just because you're stuck doesn't mean you need to go into a different direction. That makes no sense. That's always a danger when people are stuck and say, okay, I cannot find the information that I need right now. Let me come up with something else. Let me listen to a lot of different people and let me hear what they, okay, anything to escape the fact that we are stuck right now. But I prefer to stay with reality and know that, you know, just because I'm stuck doesn't mean I have to run around into a different direction. We have to figure out how we get, how we can move forward in the right direction. No, that was long after Malaya and Daniel started already with their ocean references. I mean, I don't know who said all this, but yeah, the more you listen to, the more confused you get. And then all of a sudden you try to explain away. That's when confirmation bias kicks in. You say, oh, Mike must have been wrong. Maybe Mike was wrong. Well, I'm not trying to be right, but I'm telling you, I'm stuck with the ocean. There's no other way. I don't care what anybody fabricates. I see the fabrications, guys. Not because I'm watching any other channels, but I see it because it used to be the sad case that people bring them to my attention until I told them not to. You know, don't be a sheep. Tell me what you think. Don't tell me what other people think, because they're not thinking. They're trying to come up with something that keeps their channel going because they don't have any information and they're stuck. I'm not stuck. I'm stuck in terms of where the investigation is at. But what part of the ocean did Daniel go to? That is my question. Would you think that if you didn't listen to the channels who, you know, promote all types of nonsense? What do you think? Let me ask you, Chelsea. Let me ask you what you think right now. What makes most sense to you? And why? I'm open to anything. But I have to have a reason to look in the direction. Yeah, but I don't. I think fisherman Daniel knew where to go. And with modern technology, if the bodies were in a swamp, they would be able to detect them. No, but not with the new technology. If something was down in the swamps, they would. It's not going to be deep enough for them not to be able to detect it with technology. Ask them if they did. But doesn't matter. I'm not looking in that direction. I need swamp references from him. He talked about the mud, but at the same time, he talked about the international sea and the water, the muddy waters. Daniel fished lakes, rivers, and streams more. Yeah, But he also knows like places like Big Island Beach, right? They would have found it in a swamp, guys. Daniel is far too confident that nothing will be found. His many references to evidence indicate to me that Daniel believes he left no evidence behind other than what he may have dropped, which could be the pull-up or the backpack or something like that. But as for the bodies, there is no linguistic indicator that he has any type of worry that the bodies will ever be found. I believe part of his confidence comes from him being so. And remember what Malaya's statement that she's amazed they haven't found a backpack or anything. Think about that one too. I know it sucks to be stuck, but I'm not going to waste my time on something that, you know, is going to lead to another dead end. They can convict without a body, but not easy. Really? There is no waterfall on Big Island Beach? What waterfall did he take Malaya to? That's a good question, right? What waterfall was he referencing? Where are there waterfalls? Oh, guys, tell me, Chelsea, do you know in Nova Scotia, how many waterfalls exist? I mean, I can ask Google, but since you're here. Yep, he's 100% sure dogs won't find anything. Yep. How many waterfalls are in Nova Scotia? Which waterfall did he take Malaya to? The island is to level for water. Okay. Well, I can ask Google right now. How about that? How many waterfalls in Nova Scotia, Canada? Oh, what? Nah, this can't be it. Over 1,000? Please tell me that's wrong. List of waterfalls. Are you kidding me? Let me see, Big Island. Let me see, Big. I don't see Big Island. Big Falls, Big Lake Falls, Big Tumbling Falls, Big Nets Brook Falls, Black Beach, Black Brook Waterfall in Pictou. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm going through a list of 1,000. Island Falls. I don't see Lansdowne or Gaylock. Gaylock Brook Falls. Let me see this. Cape Breton Highlands. Google Maps. No, it's too far. Millbrook Falls, okay. Millbrook Falls, Nova Scotia, Canada. Oh, yeah, that's a little bit closer to Lansdowne. Also close to Earl's property up north. 13 kilometers from Lansdowne Station. All right, let me go there. One moment. Okay, wait a minute. Millbrook. Oh my God. What am I? Shit. Millbrook Fall. Millbrook Fall. Okay, directions. Must be getting tired. This one, yeah, I guess it's a waterfall. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily categorize. Yeah, it's a little small, but it's still a waterfall. Daniel, can you please come into chat? Can you please help me clarify? And can everybody please remember, if he comes back to chat, to ask him? Because whenever he shows up unexpected, hey Wolfie, unexpectedly, you know what I mean? If you get a chance, I think you show up for a long time, people, but that would be a question. There are 1,000, more than 1,000 waterfalls in Nova Scotia, everybody. More than 1,000. And this one is, let me make sure I don't give you the wrong info here. This is 13 minutes from Lansdowne Station. This is very close. This is close, guys. 13 kilometers, that's what, 8 miles? 8 miles, right? You're not a ghost. Unless we're all ghosts. I see dead people. They don't know that they're dead. I think if he does show up, best not to blast him with questions. Yeah, I agree with you. I didn't do that either, but you know, think about the right questions to ask him, everybody. Same if you have an opportunity to ask Brad Wong anything, try to keep the questions to the point and force him into accuracy, right? No discussions about his prior arrests or any of that. If he wants to get into that and talk about his life has been straight and narrow and all of that, okay, great. But ask him, what time did you hear the car go towards McLeod Bridge? How certain are you? Which direction did you hear it go to after that? Ask him very specific questions. If Daniel Yeah. Dawson Brook Waterfall, Hopewell Waterfall, Bezanson Waterfall, Butcher Hills Falls, Park Falls. Which waterfall, Malaya, did he take you to? Daniel, which waterfall did you take Malaya to? But again, you know, that wouldn't be a place where I think he went that night. So I'm stuck with the ocean people. But if Big Island Beach doesn't have a waterfall, let me see the statement again. Julia, if you have it. Sorry, but if you have a statement handy. Maybe it's a waterfall close to Big Island Beach. I'm fading out right now. Yes, he is 100% sure they won't find anything, GSP. And that is exactly, that's his confidence. He knows they won't find the bodies. They can dig up all the swamps or mine shafts or whatever. That's why I don't pay attention to any of that. His certainty. When Daniel expresses certainty, there's a reason for that. Daniel is worried about everything else. He's worried about what we're saying about him. But he's not worried about any evidence being found. He thinks he's done a great job. And Malaya is amazed they found nothing. Because maybe they were worried that the pull-up was lost, or it would come to surface, or the backpack, or something, some kind of evidence will come to shore somewhere. That was on his mind. That was the worry, not the bodies. That was not his worry, guys. We have to look at his worries and what he isn't worried about. So, Ettinger Falls. Okay, let me check them out. But that's south, right? That's far away. But that's by Truro? Oh, yeah. So at least we can have nice dreams about waterfalls later. Yeah, so I have to look into Wong's statements, guys. I didn't want to spend too much time on it because there was so much talk about other things. He is worried about people not forgetting about Jack and Lilly, everybody. He didn't anticipate for this to be so known. He didn't anticipate for anybody to know about the case outside of Pictou County. He thought it was another Pictou County mystery in the making, and then people get over it and forget about it. He didn't understand that this case came along at the time when everybody got tired of Sebastian Rogers about the case not bringing any result. After more than a year. And all of a sudden people saying, what is this all about? And then you had his fake crying and his statements and Malaya's statements, and all of a sudden it was, wow. You know, Daniel didn't expect for that to happen at all. And Daniel has never spoken to so many people at the same time on social media. He was probably hitting up chicks or whatever he was doing online before, you know? All of a sudden, he gets so much attention. And it's probably overwhelming also for Charsa and Belinda and many of you who are not used to this. This sudden, you know, avalanche of attention and yeah, I can imagine. I mean, I can only imagine. The last trip was 1.5 hours. Okay. Drisdale Falls. Okay, let me look at that too. As Robin Edwards said, I think it was a two-man job that night, if not more, in my opinion. I consider this possibility, Robin, that somebody was driving the ATV and another person maybe. I see this as a possibility. I am open to this possibility. And Ginger Snap, I think Janie was involved. It would explain why she was so tired, in my opinion. Ginger Snap, that's also a possibility I'm looking into. But I know Daniel at one point drove the ATV. And I know that because of the statements from both Janie and Daniel, trying to convince us he never drove the ATV. I know it was Daniel at one point on the ATV. And if you're just now coming in, check the chat. Because I need more coffee, unless, well, now people are here, so I guess I'm going to, I'm not going to do more statements now.
Is it?
Oh my God, so weird to hear my own voice. I'm just going to put the chat on the screen. So anybody that comes in now is going to know what is happening. How much weight does one ATV hold? Talk to each other, guys. Let me know when you... Okay. Justin's ATV and trailer. Janie talked about her and Justin being on the ATV at the same time with Daniel on the front. I'm just reading some comments here. I'm going to shut up and just read the comments, people. And when you guys stop talking, I'll go. Yeah, I would love to see this pic too, guys. Wolfie, I'd be interested in the trails and give time. Well, if you can get me an accurate timeline without the distractions of the chats where he was in, then maybe we can pinpoint what about Brad Wong's statements was important. And just mathematically figure out what would have had, how it would have happened if it did. Let me check my messages right now. If somebody sent something new to me. Now I didn't expect this to be so long. Daniel said, my brother has a wife and a family, so he wouldn't be driving around in the middle of the night. Remember that? My brother, listen to this. My brother has a wife and a family, so he wouldn't be driving around in the middle of the night. Is that an accurate denial? Yes or no? You want me to put it up here? Yeah, right now I am not able to leave. No, this is the best discussion I was in a long time, guys. Putting it all out on the table. It's not a reliable denial. Let one of you just send it to me, and I appreciate it so much. Oftentimes people who don't comment at all in chat, but are listening, and they see when I'm stuck, and then they tell me, dude, for real, check this out. So I'm going to, I view the attachment, 3230 timestamp. Wait, I'm still here. I'm just, I don't want to see this fucking channel. 33. Let me see. 3230. Or 3250, okay. Give me a second.
It's when he was interviewed.
Nope. I'm going to do it differently. I'm going to put the statement onto the screen. Didn't he say that in my chat? He said it in my chat, right? So why is this channel using it? Wait. Okay, here we go.
I don't know anybody with 5-speed other than my brother. And my brother has a wife and a family, so he's not driving out there in the middle of the night.
Okay. Let's put it up. Didn't he also say that in my chat? Didn't we ask him about that? My brother has a wife and a family, so he wouldn't be driving around in the middle of the night. Okay. Anyways, people, I'm going back to the chat for now and then see. No, I'm going to keep it going. You guys got the show. To me? Send it to me? Let me check my messages. I don't know. I'm getting lost here, but I'm happy you guys are all here. That's what he said. My brother. Yeah, if you can send me the picture, that would be so great, man, Wolfie. Here we go. I mean, this is, my brother has a wife and a family, so he wouldn't be driving around in the middle of the night. He's trying to give us, you know, what do you think? Or was Earl helping him? That's a possibility too. Did Daniel have help? And whose help would it be? See? Oh, shit. Welcome back, House Music. I'm still here. I believe he had help cleaning out the shed too. I mean, you know, let's look at the statements that indicate whether or not he had help that night. What does Earl know? What does Ron know? Who could have been involved? Anyways, welcome back to those who just came back here, who I haven't seen. I'll keep this going for a little bit more because now I'm hoping for more information. Very early call with Ron is sus. Yeah. Exactly. I mean, how early did they communicate? What does Ron McKenzie know? And why did Logan come on the scene so early on? With her father? And her father supposedly crying. And why would he be crying? Did her father see something that night? Ron did call Janie around 6:15 a.m., really? Yeah. So can we deduce that whoever helped him does not have a family? We should make a list. Thank you. I'm checking it now. The Kia Rio car. Where is it? Where's the Kia Rio, people? Yep. Oh my God. Now I'm back into Durwood, huh? He said, what if I did? Wait a minute. Some gifts keep on giving. The gift that keeps on giving. By the way, has Sherwood Folio said anything recently? I mean, unless I see him somewhere on a video, I'm not going to waste my time on him. Because at least it'll be entertaining to a degree. What did he say here? Hate, lies, and gossip won't help either. No, I don't own a Kia. What if I did? What if you did? What if you did? There are certain areas that I will revisit, by the way. Just because I don't talk about it in public right now, when I publish something, an interview or whatever, unless I go into a detailed analysis of it, I keep my interviews very simple. What if I did? That's a dangerous door to open when somebody says, what if I did it? Yeah, 5 question marks. What is that? An intimidation tactic? What if I did? Oh, dude, just answer the question. So, what if I did? Yeah. Like, what are you gonna do about it, right? Yeah, let's look at it again, man. Let's look at it again. Let's keep it up here. And always about hate and lies. Do we hate and do we lie? Not here, not in my chat. Yeah, it pops up from time to time and we get rid of it. And it's easier now because I can have the, subscribers only for a certain period of time. You don't get any hit and runs. Not as much as before. No, I don't own a Kia. He didn't say a Kia Rio. I don't own a Kia. What if I did? What about a Kia Sportage? Whom did you sell it to? What did Wong hear? That's what I want to know. I don't see Wong being wrong. I think he may be confused, possibly about something. I think he gets sidetracked. I think he answers a lot of stupid questions that you should ignore. You did own a Kia at one point. Is this August 14 of this year? No. Wolfie, is it this year? I forgot. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Do you remember when Durwood O'Grady said August 14, Kia Sportage, possibly needs engine? That would explain why the vehicle was loud, right? Wolfie, August 14, this year? Wow, this year, right? So he owned the car in May. Interesting. Very interesting. Mustang Durwood. What if I did? Well, if you did, then we put this on the list of possibilities until we figure out what Wong heard that night. It's that simple. What you gonna do about it? Well, I'm gonna keep it up there as a possibility. because we need to look in the directions, you know, where the possibilities guide us. And not forget about it until we figure out what happened and how it happened. And then explain also the timelines. And then figure out why you're so involved in the case and so curious about it. I know you sent it to me already. And I know I saw a lot of screenshots of conversations with Wong that didn't really help me. And not because of you, but because he answered questions that were not to the point. The important questions he wasn't asked. And he replied to all kind of stuff about his past, himself. I didn't see accurate, other than what Grendel sent me one time, I didn't see any accurate depiction. I want an exact timeline, the exact statements I'm going to look for, the exact statements where he pinpoints certain areas where he heard the vehicle and what around what time it was. That's what we need. Oh, Justin's car, very cool. And the other two people headed up towards the... Good night, Chaser. Belinda, you still up? Everybody still up? Yeah, I would like somebody to ask Wong a good question. So then we can establish maybe a timeline. But this statement from Durwood, what if I did? You know? Well, when did he make the statement? After he sold it? We know he owned a Kia this year. I don't know if it's sold in August. Did he sell it, Wolfie? Do you know? Do you know if he sold the Kia Sportage? But what I'm looking for is a car that needs an engine, possibly. I'm looking for a loud car. And when Daniel said, my vehicle, he may tell us that he didn't technically own it. That maybe it wasn't in his name. He needs wiggle room. When did he make the statement? Let me see. That was after August, right? Well, in May, he would have owned it. But no footage of Gerlock Road, to my knowledge. So let me look at the map one last time. And I think Grendel sent me something before, right? If you're there, you can send it to me again. Maybe I'll find it faster. But it has to do with where, which way. Oh God, I have a lot of... Let me see this. You sent me a map, right? Where Brad Wong went that night, I think. According to his statements. Remember that? If you send it to me again, if you have it handy, that would be great. That'll be the last thing I do tonight, people. Because if you are maybe the internet's trying to tell me some. Let me look real quick. Ah, crap, man. Oh, I think I got it. Wait. Since you are here, you can explain maybe what you are seeing. And everybody else can go into chat too and look for the explanation, right? I think this is it, Grendel. So this is Gaylord Road. This is a pipeline. Sorry, here. This is, shit. This is a pipeline. Earl and Ron, Jack and Lilly up here. And then he heard the car move this way. But I thought, well, this would be McLeod Bridge right here, right? And I do believe he made a stop there. I believe he was at McLeod Bridge. But guys, I think I'm gonna tune out now because everybody seems, well, let's see the other one. I don't think you guys are tired. And actually, I'm mind over matter. No matter how tired I am, when I get something that is good. So this would be also is this Mattison or where am I here? Right here. This is according to Grendel, what Brad Wong heard that night. Hey, crafting with the easy chicks. Interesting screen name. I am 100% sure that he stopped at McLeod Bridge. 100% sure. Lily Starr, one of you found some evidence there, some potential evidence on your own independent search. And then there was the heat detection somewhere around Middle Pictou River. I do believe that Middle Pictou River and McLeod Road is exactly where he stopped at one point. And I believe he stopped at the cabins. He gotten something from the house. I believe the kids' bodies were probably in one of the cabins or somewhere around there at one point. And did he have help? And from whom? This is what I'm going to focus on very, very soon. Yeah, thank you, Julia, from the beginning. I focused on this bridge, man. The star that was found there. But you know what? And directly across of the heat signature, the dog was hitting on something. Up to 100% absolutely. Not only did the heat sensors detect something, they moved those swans away. The dog later on hit in the same spot. Yeah, let's go to the map one more time. Let's Google Earth this or Google Map it. You know? Man, I can't believe I'm on this long. That was not my plan. And it's good. It's very unexpected. So here you have the area up there. Oh, okay. You showed me the that image. Let's see the image again. What is this, Grendel? Power lines? No. Okay, one moment. Let me go up here. Okay, Belinda says, first trip to Lairg Road, gone about 37 minutes. Then to McLeod Road around 2:30 a.m. Then to Madison, was home at 3:10. Then quiet car from Lansdowne in between 4 to 5 a.m. home again. Wow. Let me put this onto wait. Thank you. This is good. Let me cut and paste this into a... Okay, wait. I'm gonna save your comment. And make it a little bit bigger. Give me a second, okay? Okay, so, wait. Is this readable? Yeah? Okay, so, Belinda just said, first trip to Lairg Road. When did the trip begin? That was around midnight, Belinda? Around 1 a.m. Okay. Home at 3:10. At 3:10. Remember his statement, Julia, the sun was already up. If he was home at 3:10, that would allow him, unless he had help and that didn't apply, to get up there in an hour one way and 1 hour to come back. Then a quiet car. I don't know if it was him. Maybe it was Ron. Who knows? So for me, I focus on the 310. And I would like to know if Wong heard anything that could sound like an ATV. Because even though 310, that would still allow him time. He said the sun was already up. I believe he returned around 6 something with the ATV because of that statement. You see? I'm looking at the 310 right now. When did the sun come up? 6:02. Remember the statement, the sun was already up. He tried to make it sound like he was talking about Lilly poking her head in around 8 something. But the sun would have been up for more than 2 hours then. So that wouldn't be so I believe he had experiential memory trying to make it back home when the sun was already up. And he returned after 6 a.m. And that would leave him a 3-hour time frame within which he could have taken the ATV up there. As for the 4 or 5 a.m., that was a different car. I don't even know if it was his. Maybe it was another person's car. Maybe he had help. It was a different vehicle. I'm interested in that particular Kia vehicle with the loud engine. So the last time it was heard, it was 3:10. And I believe he returned home after 6. I believe he had 3 hours. So no, I don't think there was any issue with him having enough time, not enough time. Yeah, so I'm ignoring the last car because I'm not sure that it was connected to the case. I'm not sure about that, people. This is where I stop. See? This is how far it goes for me. Yeah. I don't believe Daniel was the last trip. And I believe he took the ATV. And he had 3 hours time to do it. More than enough, people. I'm looking at Google Maps again. Well, let's go back to Lansdowne Station. Okay. Okay. Lairg Road. God, I remember. Where's Lairg again? Up here, right? Okay. Look how far away would be. Let's pick a spot up here. It's the last thing I do, guys. And I'm not saying he went to Big Island Beach. But if he did, 46 minutes by ATV an hour and some change maybe. He could have easily made it. Let's see Truro. This says 45 minutes, but that means you go this way. But by ATV, maybe the same, 45 minutes. Maybe down the power line right here. The muddy waters. No, Wolfie, he would have had more than enough time. And again, there's a possibility he had help. So I'm going to call it a night right now, everybody. I'm going to continue tomorrow where I left off. And I thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. I'll continue this tomorrow. And I am going to post a couple of short videos about Somerville's, and I appreciate all your comments and new information about the case in the comment section. Thank you, Julia and Grendel, for sending me the statements. I'm going to post them in the member section, and I'll see you next time. God bless. Goodbye.